something new today. Now this game, I've heard a lot of stuff about for a very long time. They've remade it, so since I couldn't check it out back in the day, and I mean everyone's playing it. Have I played this before? No. I mean, I'm not gonna go all the way down. Like, it says, dude, no way. I think there. Why? Why am I doing this? Like, modern technology, get it off my system clock. Check the time in Windows, or why? I mean, I guess it's better than, hey, here's 12 pages of our legal agreement before you can start playing. Please read everything in this document very, very carefully, then agree to our legal agreement. Thank you for agreeing to our legal agreement. Now, please read our 50-page privacy policy. Read this very carefully before you start playing the game. Thank you for reading our privacy policy. Before you can start playing the game, you must agree to the terms of use of our online service. Please read the 50-page document before you start playing the game. And you know, you get the idea. Modern gaming.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Hello, Sandy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, okay, I'm controlling now. There's no interact.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Why is it making key typing noises when I click?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, okay. It's a nice picture. How the mighty have fallen. Dude, I'm lost. Everything looks the fucking same.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Whoa, what the?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Push funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Synergize papers? What the fuck does that even mean? Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are to synergize. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper guy. Or paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of redacted. The future was yesterday, tomorrow's now. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts, I'm begging, stop. The boss appreciation minute. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined toward okay. A dream graph? Really? Why is my toaster up there? Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all day, every day, with no expectation of promotion. Resent co-workers for not supporting you more. Let it ball up inside of you. Take it out passively aggressively on other co-workers. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure the slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on the text. Everyone is unique. You most of all. This is... What is this? How's my Sunday? That's going alright. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. I think we're about to circle. Yep, okay. What do people want? Things. Money. More money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Violet James, you are fired? What? The stock market is somewhere here. Color in segments. Stripes. Requires secondary research. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Buy quality post review. We need less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. Space between teenagers. Size of demographic, teenagers. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins, trash cans, renaming of the ideas bin. Firing of me. Oh, hello. Better safe than profits. Business club. Rule number 1. What does that say? References 1. Not all they're cracked up to be. That one doesn't have one. Oh man, this is just like classic office job where it's just bureaucracy and just annoying constant meetings for the sake of having meetings. Weekly target admin, marketing Mondays. And then these research planning groups. Do not alter without consulting the whiteboard manager. Rip Franz. I had a coworker with that name. Broom closet. Oh, it opens.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I don't believe you. There has to be something here.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
Alright, fine.
To still be here.
Alright. You believe that guy?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Whoa. This is fucking fancy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845, thanks.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
I'm looking.
Input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I'm looking. Give me a minute to look. I get it. I have to go through that fucking door. Jeez.
2845.
Alright!
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
What passage? I can't see shit. What do you mean newly open? Oh, there. Oh wow, this is like classic Valve asset. This reminds me of Left 4 Dead. When's the zombie apocalypse gonna start? This... Dude, this straight up... Did Left 4 Dead reference the Stanley Parable? This exact thing is in Left 4 Dead. Okay.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
It's broken.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Fuck that.
Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
What?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Is this just an infinite hallway? Oh no, okay. No. Fine. So it's death. I'm surprised there's no sass as I'm coming back up this hallway.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope, still on board with death.
Is he gonna get angry at me for constantly... What was the name of the dream game I played, the one with the doctor? Superliminal. But this one's an old game. It's just been remade. I don't think there's any problem solving in this one.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Whoa.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh, there's more. Cameras. Employee observation protocol. I can't read this. I wish I could zoom in. Numbers. Oh, there it is. If, despite adherence to protocol and Protocol 2B, an employee leaves the office during work hours and a system loop has failed, you must terminate. Please note that employee 432 is a test case, while the need for Protocol 2A may seem unlikely, blah, 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 blah. And then the price pool, what? If monitoring screen fails to initialize, contact maintenance and temporarily switch over to desk screen. Okay, that's just nothing to be concerned of.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Someone got fired.
Revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay. I'm gonna look at this carefully. We're 427. Yeah, there's our desk. I think it's just repeating images, they're not unique.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I mean, this game is in the realm of Portal, pretty much, except without the puzzles.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
But it's already offline. Nothing there. Can't go through here. Alright. Mind control idle status awaiting input.
And when at last he found...
But it's already off!
Power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Off?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
What the fuck?
The feeling of liberation. The immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
But, alright, so that's an ending, apparently. Why am I here? How did I come across this? This is an old game, like, I was in university, I think, when I first heard about this game, so it was a long time ago. Couldn't check it out, because I didn't have a good computer. And then... when was it? It might have been 2 years ago. They showed that they were remastering it, so kept an eye on it. It only came out a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed...
What? I'm giving the answer. That's how I heard of it. I heard of it a long time ago.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, so I guess we have to do something different this time. What's in door 420?
Stanley went around touching
Okay, it's
every
locked.
little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm yelling, and I know it. I'm not yelling! This is me yelling!
When Stanley
Oh my god!
two open doors,
How the fuck did you not hear about this game? See? Different. Fuck the police.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I wish I could read some of the stuff. Give me a soda.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay. What if I just... Let's be contrarian.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, 1,000. Penalty for jumping off cargo lift, 5,000. But if I jump off the cargo lift and I die, why does it matter? Like, why is there... It says I will die if I jump off it, but there's a penalty for jumping off it.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Alright, so they weren't kidding about death. Fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Yeah.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
What the fuck? This took a turn.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do it.
What?
Reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I'm not picking it up. Nope. Nope. Give it up. Okay, I can't do anything else. Can I unplug it?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light...
Wait, no, I didn't pick it up, I unplugged it.
Not just with radiance,
I unplugged it.
hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone, is taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
What?
Music comes in,
What?
fade to white, roll credits.
What?
Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
What?
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
Oh my
For
god.
example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
What the fuck is a back sack and a crack?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis.
What is going on here?
Decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
I'm having an existential crisis.
The instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But
Whoa.
don't worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago.
What the fuck is going on?
This way, please.
Hang on. You can't... I got an achievement called You Can't Jump. Because I'm attempting to jump and I can't jump. Wait, back in this room?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
Oh, they put a fence around.
No sense at all.
They put a fence around
As
it.
soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. Can I get back on it? Nope. But I'm back in the office now.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
The fuck?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Whoa. Okay, I see what's going on with this game now. Look at the filing cabinet. It doesn't look like I can do anything here. It might actually force me to go through the right way. Fine. Oh, but this is all fucked up.
I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that you... My story! You've destroyed my work! Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
No, don't shut the game down. There's a door over there.
Have to.
Whoa.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility.
I did see it.
I would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would.
What the fuck?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story
What?
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Whoa. It just cut it.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
The game's getting angry at me.
Set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
It cuts off abruptly.
Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's no way to go down. Okay. Wait, this is different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself! I can't do anything.
Stanley spoke the code.
I can't speak.
Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. There's no way. This is a fucking bait.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I can't. There's no mic.
Mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Does this before I like? There is no microphone setting. This is a joke. Like,
Okay, fine. You're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a...
what the fuck?
door on his left.
Whoa.
Stanley? Hello? Are you...
Is this for real?
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
What do you mean the end?
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Huh?
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot...
What?
You understand me?
What?
Just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do.
What do you mean?
Take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So,
I'm stuck.
are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
What the fuck? But... okay. Well, I guess that's that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want to see what happens when I pick up the phone.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What but eager to get...
He said something different.
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
This is so weird.
That's her, Stanley.
Okay.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Wow, that's cold.
Their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
What the fuck? Hello.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Press G on your keyboard. What? F for fuck you. I can't do anything else. Fine.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press M.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys. What boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. and he called it the Stanley Parable.
What?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Wait, did this room change?
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be?
Oh my god, it's morphing into my office.
The same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
What the fuck? I'm not pressing this one.
Suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed.
Please die.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's still a few paths to do, so if we go
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors.
this way.
The correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
So we go left this time.
Back to business. Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
This is so... Okay. I guess the fun in this game is just finding...
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Go right. Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Dick.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Oh, I'm back here.
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Look, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh my god.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is this gonna result in me turning on the mind control thing?
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
What the fuck? Every door's open now. But I get the feeling this is one of these things where every door is just going to lead to the same thing. It's just dynamically done.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
For fuck's sake.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can't interact. Oh wait, now I can. Yep.
Okay, yep, it's working. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
But
Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
this is ridiculous.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
What the fuck?
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay. Whoa.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! A lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
I am the winner.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Sure I did.
People win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've implemented the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Oh no.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
No way. Wait, this is wrong. This is already wrong.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. On, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my
How much weed did they smoke to come up with this?
Subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
This is ridiculous. So there's clearly a lot to see here.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
What? Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh my god, we're back here again.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Again, it's still here.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
It's going around in circles.
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's kind of hard not to. Okay, it went into the ceiling. Hello?
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Oh my god, it's the same.
We must respond to the
It's the original left door, right door thing.
to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere
He's going to put me back on the path.
go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Yay, logic.
Stanley, our destiny awaits.
What the fuck? The confusion ending.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes?
Find the bookstore, get bored, leave.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Oh dear.
In the meantime, if you...
Oh no. Is it back? Wait, there's a phone here. What the f...
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
What? Why was she calling me at someone else's desk? This is clearly different again, so... Awaiting input. Input received. Hold on. Who farted? What the fuck?
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Okay. But this is different.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Wait,
up to
this...
his boss's
Is this different?
hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I wonder if you'll get impatient. I was thinking maybe if I close the door it did something. Oh, but see, now there's downstairs.
To a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yeah, it's going around in circles.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh, it's actually happening.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's
Holy shit.
responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal.
What the fuck?
Everything will be fine.
This is like an existential crisis.
Okay.
Nope, still here.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Are we starting again?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked. But on this particular day, walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am
What the fuck is this?
I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Don't you forget about me. No, 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 no. That's only the music that needed to play there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can't even remember how I ended up on that trail, so... There's a door called New Content. Alright.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh my god.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
I can't believe this.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
What the fuck?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, you can jump. Is this just making a joke about really bad DLC? Now I can't jump. Now I can't jump anymore. Brilliant.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it.
Oh, this is great.
Right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Wow. No, this our office is what?
Psst. Come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I'm a vet now, Rick. I mean, Morty. I'm a vet, Morty! I turned myself into a vent, Morty!
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Whoa.
Take a look.
Got it.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh my god.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
This is fucking ridiculous.
All meant something. Oh, the waste.
Good times. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. This isn't... okay. It's an actual screenshot. America! Fuck yeah! I'm sorry. Cool. It's impossible to get this achievement. Don't play for 5 years. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes scandal to new crisis. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll the poor. 50% off designer hat. But a small creature owns the other half. Today, sunny, hot, humid, high 92. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, warm, humid to low 74. Tomorrow, sun, cloud. Okay, that. Oh, I remember that. LA Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. I mean, this is very picturesque. Wow.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the
What is this
like
music?
The stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "We're so many games that aspire to be more than end up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It's so stupid. In the best way. Memory zone maintenance, okay. The original remake. Person of the year. Schematics of some sort.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Literally anything. That's a great placeholder.
A richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone.
This is so
spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memory.
I think we've reached the end. Oh no, there's more. Can't go through there.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
9 out of 10 is not perfect. Sure it is.
Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online
Steam reviews.
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I mean, if you don't believe in 10 out of 10 perfection, then 9 out of 10 is as perfect as you can get.
Honestly, I
Not recommended.
this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
That is hilarious coming from a perfectionist / completionist, but I'm a selective completionist. It doesn't happen all the time. It's... If I'm led to believe that I can do it, then yes, I'll be stubborn. I will hit my head against that brick wall over and over again until I break through. But if right off the bat I get crushed, I'm like, nah, fuck that. I'm done. But you know, I believe in the grey area, not the absolutes. Can't read it.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell.
These are probably real.
Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did.
When I hear light and airy, I think of like a chocolate mousse.
Memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I love just how derelict this all looks, and its Steam reviews. It's perfect. It's like a manifestation of negative reviews.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
9.8 hours.
Skip button. A skip button.
I've barely spent 2. Jeez.
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I do anything.
What the fuck?
Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh my god. You know...
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence...
I get what they're doing.
That's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is. So on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
The vocabulary on this.
It was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but... Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Stanley! Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
What the fuck?
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just...
This game...
But it isn't, Stanley.
like, it's weird. It's nothing like what I was expecting.
That's what I'm realizing.
And at the same time, it's exactly what I was expecting.
To know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time.
It really wants me to press the button again.
Backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in a stretch of emptiness between you and me.
It really wants me to press the button.
Still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality.
If this is exponential, the next one's gonna be a month.
I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here.
Oh my god.
I am someone. I am...
I had to.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with,
I can't believe it.
There is only the turn.
So dumb.
I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt...
Should I listen to this? I know it wants me to press the button.
You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known.
It wants me to push the button.
Consequence. Without action or outcome, it was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending...
Hello? Hello? Narrator? Hello? What the fuck? Ah, that's so annoying. Oh my god. Skip. Jeez.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be fun.
What?
It was meant to have a point.
Huh?
It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? Baby moan. They
What?
They gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their
You've gone through a full 2 days in starter during this monologue.
First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the...
Oh my god. Ah, sweet silence. I can't push the button anymore. Oh wait, there it is.
The end is never the end, 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 is...
I broke him.
never the end, is 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 never the
I'm sure they're looping this. There's no way he's saying this over and over again.
end, is never the 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 end, is
What the fuck? Hey, daylight. Is the building just gonna deteriorate around? Oh. You know what's really weird? Oh, this just reminds me of something. At university, I don't know what the fuck the position is, but it was like pretty much the dude that speaks in charge of the whole university did a speech at graduation, and he rambled quite a bit, but he did mention this book that he had just read about, like if humanity were to just suddenly disappear, that they were saying, like, how long would it take for traces of humanity to kind of wither away? And it's something like within 20 years, things will start becoming like this, and within 100 years, it's just traces of what our society was are completely gone. And I guess it's just giving every student an existential crisis like at graduation, so great. Okay. When something is unmaintained, it deteriorates pretty quickly. Whoa. I just kept pressing the button until the Earth is but a barren wasteland? Okay. The button's broken. What? We're back here.
all of his co-workers were gone.
Oh my god.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That was such a huge fucking tangent. Holy shit. Hey, look, it's now 2. It's progressing. It's progressing. Oh god. Alright. The new content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Come on, this is great. I feel like I should be plastered to play this.
On the Stanley Parable, and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
What the fuck?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory. A fully fledged sequel, an entirely new experience.
Again.
Ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Oh my god. New and tasty. Taste the sequel.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh my god. More TSP, better TSP, win-win. Sequential mindshare, paradigm shift synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelope client-centric marketing, the color red, leverage holistic value. Oh my god. I feel sick.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Of course you haven't.
Take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Scrum meetings, oh my god. The prequel. Valued investors, this way to the show floor. New features! Is this a new content bus? All aboard the new content bus!
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
New features? Reassurance bucket. Merchandise. Please no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, step niece. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Birthday, step niece, it is.
Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. Oh, now the graphics have updated behind.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
New free and easy achievement. Really? Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive your achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I feel like I'm gonna get stabbed.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel.
Excellent.
Satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Oh no, it's straight up broken. I wonder if I pull the lever enough if it'll... Great. Solid.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles. Free achievement. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Merch. Settings World Champion. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Office decorations. Epilogue. Collectibles. Okay. Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all. What the f...
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. Unbelievable. Oh my god. The room's empty now. I love the visuals they did.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yep.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Disappointing. That's new. What's new? Oh, epilogue. No. Not yet. The infinite hole, it won't end. Settings World Champion. Okay. I thought maybe... I thought maybe if I went into settings it would trigger something. According to this, the infinite hole is above. Please no screenshots. Wait. Oh, this is the balloon thing. Will I be on for a bit? You'll be back soon. Yeah, I should be. I don't know how much is left in this game, but I did want to play this other game after it. Oh my god. Hull, more hull, infinity, falling. Depth, space, science, more.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
What is...
Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
It's not a bottomless pit, is it? There's going to be a bottom to this, I'm going to die.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerate the nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you from the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
It's a really deep hole. It is not infinite, or mostly infinite. Let's see if he's like, all right, fine, I changed my mind. I'll make him wait. He's not going to change his mind, is he? Okay, fine.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Oh, that's funny. That's blocked off. This is just a fever dream. So we need to see the bucket next. The reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
I'm not going to be able to grab it.
Come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
So, wait, I can't put the bucket down? I'm stuck with the bucket now. Or is he gonna take it from me? Nope, I'm stuck with the bucket now.
Anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
The button that says the name of the player of the game. What? Did I hear cell phone? That's actually programmed in. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
What if your name was Jim?
Have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature?
What if it was Jim?
I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill!
Oh
What a
my
rush. It
God.
was you! The button described you! Do it again!
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Aww. It's gone. What else haven't we seen yet?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. Is suppose I have to see every single exhibit. We've seen collectibles. Mostly Infinite Hull. Got in the bucket. Merchandise? I think this is the only thing we haven't. No. Okay. The exit. But I can't go out that way. Oh, hang on.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yep. This is pretty cool artwork.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
What?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait. Maybe that's it.
Oh my god.
Take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Oh boy.
With respect. With care for the...
Here comes George Lucas.
The original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
It's literally gonna say that.
Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is the story of a man.
There's a skip now.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every...
It's 427 now.
Although others might have considered it...
No, it's always 427.
Every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change
This is
Stanley.
so dumb.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete...
The balloons are there.
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I can't believe we're back
Stanley
here.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace.
I'm going to see if, like, there's another input. There'll be a computer that says, well, okay. Input required. I've been going down this rabbit hole.
To him, begging him to pick it up.
What?
Why was he not doing it?
Where's the bucket? Oh. Hey Seth, how's it going?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I can't believe this.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered.
Oh my god. I'm going to the right door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him. That the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Oh my god.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
This is ridiculous.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift,
Oh my god.
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket...
It's too early for this. Dude, I've been playing this for over 2 hours. It's just this rabbit hole.
In here.
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh my god, no way.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
No.
Wires, comedic timing.
No way.
Comedic timing. How does it work? How long should it last? How
Wow.
to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit
Why are you alternating between imperial and metric?
at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Oh my
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
Wow.
Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect
I can't.
example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war.
Good lord.
Who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Jeez.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Wow.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches.
You're doing your part with what? Comedic timing?
How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Mental. Oh, Starship Troopers reference. I haven't seen that movie, but I know of it.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright, fine.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right. Back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly.
Oh my god.
I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Oh my god.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
This is ridiculous.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors...
What the fuck is this game? What?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. but now the timing's completely off.
I'm a heretic, what, for not watching that movie?
Well, not the way it was meant to.
I don't know.
It's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately.
Just wasn't on TV.
What an egregious mistake.
I don't know if there's any streaming services that have it here.
The title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh my god.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale.
Great.
Over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame?
It's on Disney in the UK. Let's see.
Another word to describe a bucket.
Oh yeah, it's there in Australia. Okay.
Mental. I think I saw...
It's on Disney Plus in Australia. I'll have to give it a watch at some point.
We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
The bucket's not here this time. Oh yes it is.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You watched Eurovision. Ukraine always gonna win with the emotional vote, but the UK did great. You know what's messed up is Australia's allowed to compete in Eurovision. I've never understood that. Like, how the fuck does that work? We're not even remotely close to Europe. Alright. I'll answer the phone this time, let's see.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
said the bucket.
Oh my
now
God.
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need.
I don't know for how much longer I can do this. It's just been...
This bucket was speaking to him. Of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
I have a companion bucket now, and now the bucket is talking to me.
And he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, the bucket could speak to him.
No. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press M to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Big to go back home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different.
I feel like I'm getting dumber.
It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press T to take us home. Alright.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. His stupid hunk of metal.
Press N to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press Y to go home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press G to go home to work to home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings.
What?
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has
what?
Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Is Stanley about to fuck the bucket?
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Oh my God. Are we done? Go back to work. Well, why the fuck would you light up romantic candles in your bedroom? One, yeah, that's nothing, but there was at least 6 there.
This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
What? How's it different? It looks more like a ritual, I suppose.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley
It always comes back to this room.
chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful.
I would love to see a flowchart of, like, every single choice in this game. Because it seems ridiculous, the amount of text.
The door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I'm going down here again. I have a bucket this time.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What the fuck? What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's
Oh my god, the closet's here.
around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original.
Why is there a giant baby?
Sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket.
An intervention.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh my god. This is unbelievable.
Whee! Not that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
There's game code. I can see game code.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Am I gonna have to give up the bucket now?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Oh my
I'm
god.
very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
What the shit?
Guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Can I disobey?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality.
Hold on.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
What the?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Are we dead? Nope, back at the start. Oh, the bucket's here.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to
Dude.
the but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Alright, let's see. Is it the same?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we
I can't go back up.
very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line.
The baby...
Room Closet.
I don't remember the baby.
Fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those...
Oh dear.
dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Okay. We say farewell to the bucket.
Wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I'm gonna see if there's anything...
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Can't turn it off.
Now listen to me.
Alright!
That you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
I can't give it the bucket.
It's all it knows.
I can't give it the bucket. That's the joke! I can't give it the bucket.
I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one...
I'm pressing buttons.
deserve to join the
I can't jump.
characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is... so
It's not letting me it's not letting me insert the bucket. That's the joke.
10 personality traits. What other object in this game could...
It's not letting me insert the bucket.
Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classics.
Yeah, you can't.
Characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer.
You can't destroy the bucket.
Damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting.
I'm trying!
Stanley, give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Okay. Okay. I would like to point out that now the menu says the sequel.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you, all of its squadron.
How long is this game, honestly?
New friend, for the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
How long is this game? So much content from basically just, I don't know, like 10 rooms. Okay, the bucket...
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
What?
How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Yes, the balloons from that area I went to are here. And the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Okay, I'm going to...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
One of the reviews in Steam simply says the bucket. Oh, this game went through its own Steam reviews. Would you believe?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? Clear as day, this broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
Oh my god.
This is your companion and lifelong friend. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We're going downstairs now.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Oh god, he's gonna talk for 5 minutes.
Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself.
I'm getting a drink of water. I'll be back. Listen to him.
Down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no...
Relax, I could still hear it. I can still hear it.
Stanley might
I have my headphones on, I can still hear it.
Presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Okay, this is different.
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Oh my god.
He rushed away from room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What do you mean the bucket was inside me?
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Like literally?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
No.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled
oh my god,
and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this.
Holy crap, the writing for this game is unbelievable.
She would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped. The fuck did you just walk into? Alright. Confirm me, here's the TLDR. This is a game that starts off as you being in an office. And you listen to the narrator, you follow instructions. So I did it. And it just leads you to an ending where it's just like, oh, you get to go outside. The end. And then you kind of come back to your office. So I decided to disobey, and then you just go down. It has been almost a 3-hour rabbit hole where it just keeps getting more and more absurd.
This was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Okay. I'm to the point where I have a half-sentient companion bucket.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
What's the goal? There is no goal.
Stanley
just experience.
Tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, I'll go to the left this time. There isn't a goal. Confirming, this game started off as the Stanley Parable, and we went into a conference center where the game pitched DLC initially. The DLC was me being able to jump, then that was a failure, and then we went to this house in the mountains where the guy talked about the good old days and then realized that we should make a sequel instead. And then they pitched ideas for the game's sequel, where the companion bucket was come up with, and then now we're in the sequel, where the companion bucket is a thing.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? Clear as day, this broom
oh my god, shut up!
Deserves the bucket. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Wait, what is this? Executive bathroom. This is new. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, is it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Oh my god, there's a collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. Oh, that was just the door closing. Oh, there's more. Why is there an image of a dude holding a gun to a panda's head? And it says business strategy. Is this horror? No, it just is. It's semi like an episode of Rick and Morty, or like the weirdest cartoon you will ever see. Just experience it, don't question it. That's it. Don't try to figure out what this is. Hello? Wait, what? Did this go nowhere? Wait, what? What? Hang on, what? What do you mean we're still... Did we not move? Down. Is this a functional elevator? The elevator doesn't... Alright. Alright. It doesn't move.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this...
Fuck, what was the code again?
Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Emotional dumpster fire.
Did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos? It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
It's wrong.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh my god. Okay, I know what must be done.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him.
This is so dumb.
In this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, so...
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Now it's the bucket as well.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
This is either going to be instant death or it's going to be a joke. Instant death it is. Oh wait, no. What the fuck?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
What the fuck is this?
It puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Okay, well...
Stanley cried. Mom.
Wait, what?
As Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Why have we got a different narrator?
Visceral instant. The bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
What? Oh my god.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Are we about to have a funeral for the bucket? The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like a bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void, but through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we ever have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? So yeah, this is a video game.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Oh my god. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. That looks like more like... That's more than 25 buckets. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. The Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket and analogy. Alright. Depict this one. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies are the holes. Rest and relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Oh my god. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave's drawing depicts an early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Where's my bucket? It got crushed by the machine. But I was allowed to survive. Because the bucket got crushed, I guess.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
But why is the narrator different? The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Good night, friends and bucket. Good night, Sandy. Wait, is this the infinite hole again? Nope, okay. I'm just floating in space. I grabbed the bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game.
Oh my god.
Opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision of the...
Oh my god, this game. I wonder what happens if I go down there without the bucket.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Figurine finders. What? That's new. Okay, I'm leaving the bucket this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny... What? Float? Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. Inside a sequel exhibit, a large room of lost... Oh, okay, so... I guess these are the ones I've gotten so far. Stairs. Somewhere both red and blue near a fireplace. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies. Stop kidding yourselves. Mental. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? These are the ones I've found. Follow clues provided by 416. We can do it. Red room? Good luck. Alright. Trust the completionist instinct. Weird spinning figurines. Oh man. Alright. They boarded it shut so I can't go in there. Dude's sick of my shit. Okay. So we need to go.
Into a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've already forgotten the code. It was like 4-8 something.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
It wasn't 2-5.
By a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad hid the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
2845.
Couldn't possibly, yet incredibly, by simply
I'm writing it down.
buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code.
2845.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I imagine I'm just going to get crushed to death because I don't have the bucket this time. But I want to see just in case, because...
He walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
This game has thrown so many curveballs. I cannot assume that this is it.
Still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Okay. Same machine?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Jeez.
He can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
Wait, can I get off here? No, but I can't jump.
Great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Oh my god.
So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
Okay.
Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
That sentence was awesome. And the accent just did it more justice.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Oh, what the what? It's different.
Created for you long in advance.
Oh my god.
Becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
What? This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development. The fuck? Thank you for labeling that. Button sounds. So, whoa, what the f- How do I get that to happen? Am I Stanley? Are you done spying on what? Narrator emails. Okay. The phone. Wait, why is there the apartment timer? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess this is... Holy shit, there's a lot of options in this. So is this just a museum of the game? Like, why? The levers. They must have added this for the re-release. Exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Push escape and quit the game.
Your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Did I win? No. I don't think you can win in this game. I think you just experience as much as you can.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Okay, mind control room.
The bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Mind control room this time. Oh, this is back still. Oh, this is open again.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants.
Okay, that's the same thing.
Feel that, can't you? The aura of coming to a staircase. Stanley and
I got the number this time.
To the boss's office.
2845.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
Oh, don't you dare.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I can't see.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Nothing different.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh my god.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content.
One,
Eating, working,
two.
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
What?
The bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
How do you high five a bucket? Okay, there doesn't appear to be anything in this room. What's this button do? Oh wait, hang on, there's numbers. So what if I press them in order? If I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm gonna try it. There's 1, 2, 3 was over here. Somewhere. 3. There's 5 was 4. 4 is up there. But I can't get up there. Wait. 3, 5, 2, 1? Is that a coincidence? Three. 5. 2. 1. Nothing. I think it's just the bait. Okay, fine. I'll move on.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
So, I turned it off last time. I'm going to turn it on this time.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Oh my god.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What? 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 What the fuck do you mean? Okay, what is that? Eagle? Sparrow? Flamingo, okay. Not representative.
Through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Well, my...
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand.
What the
One
fuck?
pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Okay. But now the bucket's here.
A good bucket, A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket. A bucket of... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Wait, we're here.
And entered the door on his left.
What the fuck?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Why did it skip me ahead? Oh, aha. Got it. 2 more to go.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Can I go up? You can't go up. Okay. I want to say that I'm starting to run out of options, but I don't know. I'm gonna turn it off now this time.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Wait, what? Oh no, that was always there. Relax. I'm just so used to this game throwing random doorways that weren't there.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Come on.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's...
I think what I'll do, I'll find this out, and then I'll find out what happens if I don't have the bucket and turn the machine on.
At this point, he could trust no one.
Because it's never the same.
For the bucket.
And then I'm pretty sure...
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled within...
Okay, let me try this again. 3, 5, 2, 1.
Sad or content. Walking,
3.
working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink,
5.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Why is there no there has to be a significance to these buttons, it's bothering me. Because the other one's all the way up there. Or it's just baiting me into thinking that it's something. Okay, turn it off.
At last they came to the source.
What now?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening?
Oh my
Why
god.
had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What now? But I'm like... I'm back here again.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Okay, one more.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So I guess now I go turn on the machine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I can't remember if I've gone downstairs since I got the bucket. It might be different again, I don't know.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his...
Wait, what the fuck?
Not a living soul anywhere.
This office is different.
Be all alone. This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Shit.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay. This has to be it. I can't imagine there's much more to discover.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
There's still the collectibles, and there's still the computer input.
Be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terror. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Oh my god.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
What the fuck?
Time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time to enjoy it. Mere moments.
Four.
But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them.
4.
Turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever.
What the fuck is this?
And then dying alone.
1,
Other times, I let the
2.
office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the
3.
control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds
4.
left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds.
Fuck.
Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
5.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Yeah.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
What the fuck is this?
You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
Oh my God.
Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Fucking hell. There's no way to stop that, is there? Oh. What? So this is heaven. Is heaven just a room full of buttons? Wow. This is ridiculous. I don't know what to do. What is this room? Am I just stuck? How do I get out of here? Wait, what the fuck? I can just move with my mouse. Okay, so... I don't know what to do here. It's either gonna reveal itself or I need its exit. Are they saying push the buttons? I don't think there's a way out. Okay.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days?
Jeez, dude.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge...
There's one thing I haven't done yet, and this will probably be the way I'll end this.
...to be correct was no, never mind.
Assuming it does nothing.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible?
The stairwell, that was the other thing that I didn't check.
I was mistaken.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm done with this.
When Stanley came to...
Pretty sure.
He entered the door on his left.
Stairs, a room full of large... I mean...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
But Stanley just couldn't do
Oh,
it.
this again.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. For that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe...
This is the death scene.
Maybe I am crazy.
Alright, we're just gonna have to let him talk.
Mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no
Have fun with the existential crisis.
made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt.
I'm looking at the flowchart.
He found an answer.
Mental.
His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest...
I can't believe this. There's actually a few things that I haven't seen.
He was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Okay.
He thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all.
Oh my god, there's still stuff to look at.
But of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving?
I just have to listen to this and then...
He's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself. Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
But then I won't... No, I'll lose the collectible. I have to wait.
Doubt that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
It's still not over yet.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mariella again.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real.
Oh my god, this game and its endings.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. I got a couple things, according to the chart, that I need to check out.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man, and Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, go to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I wonder how you do this.
The door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Wait a minute. Is this for real? Oh, shit.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler anlarines. None of us can.
But the only way... Wait, oh, there's a vent. What the fuck? Well, this is different. Cassette tapes?
Okay, this is day number 295. intake number. I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no
I hear footsteps.
explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Oh no.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I'm back here again.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
So weird. Okay, I'm gonna do the thing that I was going to do before I got distracted by that collectible. Bucket.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Okay, so hang on.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him,
Aha!
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
It's locked. But I'm here now. I haven't done this before.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior.
No. No.
If that's true,
No.
my goodness. I think we have to do something.
No.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Oh god, they're going to show me a video.
Step in here for a moment.
They're going to show me a video. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my god.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh my god.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, of course. How stupid of me.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
If you try hard enough.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Oh, get the fuck out. Smartass.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
What am I doing with my life, honestly?
Question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both already know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yep.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
What?
Okay, here we go.
Get the fuck out. I erased it.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. But, except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Man. Okay, now I'll go without the bucket.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
That's new.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
The
it.
number of paths in this game is unbelievable.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Oh, hello.
Prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yay!
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
This is the same fucking thing again.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Alright, fine.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Oh no.
I wanted to stop.
No.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh, hello.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
What the fuck? What happens if I go back? Is this the only way out? It might be the only way out. Whoa.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
I get the feeling that I'm supposed to fall off. I mean, this is cool looking and everything, but I got no choice.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
We.
Oh. God. You late. You have me worried there for... No. No. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
This fucking game.
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Whoa.
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
But there's nothing to do in this room. Like, we've hit a dead end here.
No, perhaps not.
I'm actually walking slower. So I think I have injured myself.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yep.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
This is depressing.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Okay, so... What?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just... it's those figurines.
What the fuck?
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh my God.
More than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
I can't believe we're back here again. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Doesn't look like there's anything different here. Oh, except we're going down here this time.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Third. Oh.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory. I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Oh my god. It's now starting to invent memories.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly.
The last one was
In fact,
the
because
blue-red
this one was
room.
particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Crusty YouTube video, that's great. Get me off this wild ride. I love that it's made a video from the era when this game came out.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Hold on, I just noticed something. Give me a sec. I just noticed that it was picking up background sound, so I don't know. That should be better, hopefully. Okay. And finally...
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I'm gonna have to look into this, but it seems like my mic is being extra sensitive, and I don't know why. But I would chalk it down to Windows doing an update and fucking with my settings.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Okay.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Oh my god.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes.
This is so stupid. The pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second figure. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
And then the first one.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh my god, we're back in here. Wait, but... why is it...
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, oh yes, the two doors.
Oh my god.
I've forgotten that. A classic memory, this one.
It doesn't matter which one I pick, right? Yeah, okay.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Now we're back at the start.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
I guess.
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named
This has to be it. Ugh. So I gotta go without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I have to continue disobeying.
Following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
I just love how it always comes down to these 2 doors.
Listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Leader!
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Leader!
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Leader!
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here.
The fuck?
I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Oh.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley.
Why is the voice so sinister now?
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
It's gonna be a million... A leaderboard? What? Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Yes.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
What?
In this game,
that's the baby.
Falls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Oh my God.
I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
What?
So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh my god, this game. I'm sorry.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What now? Starting again? Whoa.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory?
What
is
the
our
fuck?
motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
This is mental. Just when I think that we're done with the rabbit hole.
Oh no, it can't be.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh. Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around.
What's wrong with open world games?
No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Excuse me, is this Rocket? This is Rocket League!
This is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stan,
is this just an ad for Rocket League?
In this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god. It actually works. Why?
Are you doing it? Hold on. What are you doing?
Whoa.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have done this. What the fuck? I probably should have seen what other games he had available for me. Is this just a creepy version of The Office? What? It is.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Fucking hell.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What the fuck?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, it's the same. But now it makes sense.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I shouldn't have fallen in there. I should have stayed there.
Someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
Blue
side.
door. Blue door. Blue door.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Blue door.
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating.
Blue door.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
I feel like I should just keep following this path.
Even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay. Now go through here.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left to... You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
Does it real?
You give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
There's no way I have to play this for 4 hours straight, like, I'm sorry. I'll do it for like a minute, and I'm gonna talk over it, so then it lowers the volume and it's not very loud. But... there's no way it expects me to play this for 4 hours straight. I will look this up to see if there's a payoff. It's so stupid. I'm hoping that at some point it goes, alright, that's enough. This is one of these things that's either very intricate or I've been baited into thinking that this does more than what is actually the obvious answer. How long has it been? It's been... Alright, I'll give it a minute. I'm looking at the clock. Why would anyone sit here for 4 hours? No, I'm sorry, that's just stupid. Farewell, baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about?
I can't believe that it goes to this extent.
What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man, spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I think it's kind of cool that you can play this with just a mouse.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
I want to see how many games it goes through.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we...
The number of sports.
Here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, it spawns in the middle. I can't believe they... Oh, I could actually shoot it. Go!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
He's gonna fill the ball with stadiums,
enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
Yes.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
What?
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Wait, that's it? So I guess I am supposed to naturally find that... the end of it. Is Rocket League really that old, or is this new? Time to slam a spleebly. Yeah, I guess it just goes back to this ending.
What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I don't think there's anything else to see here. I think you just fall down into an abyss and then... the end. It is eerie seeing this office like this. Okay, we've seen this ending before. I'm gonna do one final one and then that's it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I looked at the flowchart. There's one that I've missed.
Simply missed a memo.
Man, what a game.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Reboot the game entirely.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Okay. One sec. According to this, I've done only 3 of the achievements somehow. Again? Dude. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave it at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience and you're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back into the video game now. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was
It's
not
back to normal now.
here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
I did get an achievement though.
up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
According to this, it says I can back out.
5. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
But it's locked. It doesn't let me go back out. Maybe I missed out. Hang on. Begin the game again.
All of his co-workers...
Don't enter the boss's office.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Hmm. It says back out, but it doesn't let me.
Stepping into...
Oh shit. Hello? But then... Hang on, what did I do? The door's locked now. Did I glitch it? I might have glitched it. All these doors are locked. Let me see. This is weird. Oh. You are now leaving. The fuck is this? It's so quiet. $7.58. $7.59. Escape pod launch bay. Okay. I guess. Alright, there's one more. Looking at this flowchart.
His co-workers were gone.
This will be the final one, and I think that covers everything that I can see on this chart. It just says specific actions to do. It doesn't say what happens, so it's a spoiler-free one.
The door on his left.
Man, this has been a game. I thought I was only going to spend a couple of hours on this, but this rabbit hole
Single person here either. Feeling a wave of
turned into a whole afternoon of it.
decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Wait. Catwalk room. Alright, it's the next room.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, so According to this, it says wait and press the light bulb button. Hmm.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Oh, I see what it means.
The strength to find out.
Can't go back. Nothing's happening. I was lied to. I can't push it anymore. Maybe I have to walk here. The Stanley Parable. Yeah, I'm pretty much done with it, though. This is the last thing I'm gonna do.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh. What the... Oh, okay.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during the and you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Get
You
the fuck
won't
out.
hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
That was an accident.
Jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Okay. Great. That's pretty fantastic. I think that covers everything. I'm just looking at it. Yeah. Well, I've done basically everything I can see on this chart, so this was an experience. Yeah, that's a good way to end it. For it to say, good job, you did it. Yeah. Remake's pretty cool. I never played the original, but I can see the extra content they added for sure. Just... I don't know, this is a fever dream of a game. I did not expect it to have this much new content in it, jeez. But it's fun. Thanks for the bottom of the mind control room ending. Yeah, I mean, that's appropriate. But I like how self-aware all the segments that it did around game development and DLC were pretty funny. Well, I didn't want to spend that much time playing this. I was like, yeah, I'll play it for a little bit, and then I'll do another game. But here we are 5 hours later. Oh, actually, before I do end... One sec. Oh my god. It actually expects that there is another area, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. It involves playing that stupid minigame for 4 hours. I'm not, like, no. I'm not gonna... You have to set up an auto-clicker to do that. Play that game for 4 hours and then it'll send you to another room. No. Yeah. Might be worth looking up on YouTube what it does. I'm not going to do that. Some of the Steam achievements are ridiculous. Like, one of them is play the game for the entirety of Tuesday. So, I'm good. Alright, I'm gonna take a dinner break, and I'll be back later. I'll do some more games, but I'm starving. Need to get some food in me, I need to clean up a bit, do the dishes and all that. And yeah, I'll do something a bit later. But if you were here for this, thanks for watching. If you didn't catch all of it, there's a replay for you. Alright.